Hello there, my sleepy nights. Tonight, we'll investigate the real UFO calls. And if you enjoy this investigation, please give us a like, subscribe, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. This one is a little bit different. And if you wish, you can also support us on our Patreon, where you get access to our Spotify playlist and early access to all these stories. But for now, let's get cozy and listen in to the real UFO calls. Since 1974, the National UFO Reporting Center has run a round-the-clock reporting line to document sightings of unusual aerial phenomena. The center's job is simple and formal. Receive the call, record the facts, and wherever possible, collaborate and publish the report. Date, time, location, shape, motion, duration, captured as a witness speaks, then entered into a public database used by researchers, journalists, and the curious. The National UFO Reporting Center began with Robert J. Gribble in Seattle, who set up the hotline and recorded the flood of voices onto reel-to-reel tapes and cassettes. Some were fully logged, others survived as hotline cases, rough at the edges but immediate, the sound of memory trying to keep up with the moment. These early recordings are preserved today in online archives. As you listen tonight, notice the patterns that emerge when strangers call from different towns and different decades. Similar angles, motions, an outpaced sound, light that behaves like no light should. These are real people, real witnesses. And you will hear the hiss of tape, as these are old recordings, mostly from the 70s. Now, our first call comes from Downey, California, May 4th, 1977, case 196. A group of school children are at recess when something Saturn-shaped, a main body with a ring, drops into place above the playground. Witnesses describe a heavy, ground-level vibration rolling through the area as the object hovers directly over them. Now this recording is around 11.5 minutes, and afterwards, I'll come back with the next case that is very much linked to this one.
Yeah, have you received any reports Monday on a UFO sighting in the Downey area or Whittier area or Lakewood area?
No, sir. Did you see something?
Well, my little girl and her classmates saw it, and then I found, well, this is Monday when they saw it. They were playing at school, and then I heard from other people who also, my mother-in-law who teaches, different people in her class were talking about it, but my little girl and her classmates got it came right down over their school, and they were able to make drawings of it. And this was Monday around, I would guess around 11 o'clock, 11:30, and we're in a apartment complex practically right behind the school. And on Monday at, I say between 11 and 11:30, a vibration kind of started in the apartment in which we're living. I don't know if it was felt throughout the rest of the units, but anyway, the apartment in which we're living started to vibrate, and I didn't connect it to until she told us of this. Well, she described it, and she told us that evening, Monday evening, about it. And then I happened to think of that vibration, which I couldn't account for it, because when it started, it wasn't caused by anything I could relate it to.
Uh-huh.
And so anyway, I was curious because she wasn't the first one to see it. Some of her classmates saw it, and then our little girl saw it, and she's 7. She was able to make this drawing of it, and the stories, the stories all corroborate. So I called the school, and they to ask if the children had been talking about it, and they said no, they not to their knowledge, but they did talk to the girls that saw it.
Okay, what kind of description did they give on
Well,
this?
the way he described it was that they were playing, and in the schoolyard, and it's the elementary school, and the one classmate called the other children's attention to it, and she said it was like a big silver ball, and she said it was as bright as the sun. It seemed to be as bright as the sun, and it was coming, and it was over the school. And on that day, Monday, it was the visibility here was perfect. The sky was blue. There were no clouds, and it was a unusually clear condition. There was no smog. And she said it was like a big silver ball. And then she said it was surrounded by rings of color. And she said it was like trying to come down to us. And she then said in the center of it there appeared another bright sun. She said a real bright sun in the center of it. And that got real bright. And at that point they became frightened. So I said, how large was it? She said it was about as large as a street. Well, she meant as large as a street is wide, I guess.
Right.
And we took her to the school, and on the school playground, like they had these areas more or less stenciled out on a paving for games and so forth. And there's a very large circle, and the circle must be at least 30 feet in diameter. And I said, now, was it as large as this circle? She says, oh yeah. She said, it's bigger than that. And she said they stayed there, and it was watching them. As she put it, she said it was watching them. So I said, well, what happened then? She said, well, the school bell rang, and we went in, and she said, I looked over my shoulder to look at it again. And she said, it will probably come back tomorrow. So we questioned the other girls, and the story is the same with them, and it's the damnedest thing. So my mother-in-law was at class the other day, and they were talking about something. I don't know exactly what they were talking about, more or less the same thing, a UFO sighting. And so I called the police department to see if there were any reports, but this was Monday night now, so she said you'd have to call back earlier tomorrow. So, and they gave me your number. So the thing that puzzles me is that the kids were able to describe this thing. And oh yeah, they were. I said, well, now what were these rings coming out from it? She said, well, they were like the colors in the rainbow. And then she said no. She said they were colored, but they weren't like the rainbow. But there were 2 rings, and they came out from it. And I said, now this bright sun that came out of the center of it. I said, was it there all the time? She said, no. She says when it wasn't there before, there was just like a big gray area. So it's just an amazing thing. And then this vibration that we felt in the apartment complex had to happen at the same time, because I connected the 2. And they were at recess around 11:30, between 11 and 11:30, and that's when this vibration started.
Uh-huh.
And it only lasted for, I would say the vibration only lasted for 10 or 15 seconds at the most. So I think it was just something that I'm surprised that others at the school didn't see it, but I haven't really gone over there. I was going to take the drawings that these little girls made and take them over and ask perhaps if someone, maybe an adult teacher or someone else might have seen it.
Okay, did they actually see this object leave?
Pardon me?
Did they see the object leave?
No, they all went into they all went back into the classroom.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and she said when she looked over her shoulder, it was still there.
Okay, did they give any estimate as how high that thing was?
Yeah. I was trying to have her give me an idea, and we were looking at some poles, some high poles, and it would be my guess. She pointed to a really high pole, and it would be my guess it was at least several hundred feet, maybe several hundred feet off the ground. But from the way she described it, as large as she described it, like this circle, I was trying. Yeah. Yeah. See, my wife was saying that after she drew the picture, we have a film can here. It's like a can they put film in. And I said, well, the funny part of it was when it did the drawings. I said, now you draw what it looked like. So she drew her classmates on the ground on a separate piece of paper, and the playground, where's the trees, swings. And she named each of her friends. And then she drew on another piece of paper the round object. And she drew it perfectly round, and around the perimeter she put these two rings that were coming out from it. And then right in the center she drew a smaller circle, which she colored yellow. So she was trying to, I was looking at her, she didn't know I was watching her, but she was puzzled because she put the piece of paper that had the object on it above the piece of paper that had she and her classmates playing. And she knew she wasn't quite getting it the way she wanted it. So my wife put the paper on which she drew the object at right angles, and she says, yes, she says, that's how it was. It was like right above us. So then we held up this film can, and we said, now, was it solid looking like this? Was it metallic looking? And she says, yes. She says, it was silver and metallic looking. And so the size of it, if it was larger than this circle, it had to be quite low, because this circle, as I said, is at least 30 feet in diameter. So she gave as good a description of something that you could certainly ever hope for.
Did they hear any sound?
No, I asked her, and she says no, there was no sound. And when she said, when we asked if there was any sound, when she said there was no sound, that's when I remember the vibration.
Okay.
And so whatever that vibration was, it was really unsettling. The vibration, when it started, it was really unsettling because it was like a high intensity vibration. As that is, the dishes and things were rattling. It was like a very high, however you might describe it. Things were just like humming.
Uh-huh. Okay. And how old was she?
She's 7.
7, okay.
Yeah. I asked her if the rest of her classmates saw it, and she said, well, she didn't know because they were looking up at it. But she wasn't the first one to see it. It was her friend, and then about 4 of her friends were all looking up at it, she said. And she said they were looking straight up at it. So she put her head back, and it had to be almost directly overhead.
Okay. Did they actually see this thing descending towards them, or was it stationary?
I don't know. I don't know when saw it. I would have to ask her that.
Did she mention how many were in that group of children?
I would say about 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay.
Yeah, she knows them by name because I guess they're all the same age.
Okay. Do you still have those drawings?
Oh yeah. We have the drawings. They're really they're humorous because the way she does the way she drew the children and then this object.
Uh-huh. Okay. Is there any possibility of getting those?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Be happy.
We can get a letter off to you about that. All right, sir. Well, we sure appreciate this report, and we're going to check into this right away and see if we can't come up with some information on it. And it's the object which she has described, or you've described to me, would fit the category of what we refer to as the Saturn-type object, a sphere surrounded by rotating bands or colored bands right down through the center. And it comes as a surprise that this took place in broad daylight like this, because this usually doesn't happen. But we're going to we'll check into it anyway and see if we can't come up with some more information. And if we get it, well, we'll get back to you and let you know.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you now.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, now hold on to that image. An object hanging over a schoolyard. Now what if I told you that just 13 days later, Robert received another call in the same location just down the road. This is case number 202, May 17th, 1977, in California. A disc drops behind the school into a small canyon. An hour passes, then it rises back out, hovers within a few feet of 15 children and a teacher, zigzags around the buildings and shoots straight up. Several witnesses say they could see figures, people with masks on, behind the windows. This recording runs around 12 minutes. Listen in, and I'll come back.
Yes, sir. I'm calling for the UFO Reporting Center in Washington.
Oh, yes.
And we had an unnamed caller left a message at our office today regarding something that you were supposed to have seen several days ago.
Where are you calling from?
Seattle, Washington.
Oh, no, that was my son left you that.
I say.
No, I didn't see it myself. This happened about a block away from where I live. About 15 school children saw it, and the teacher.
Oh, I see.
And one of the school children was my daughter. That's how it came to mind. Boy, it was a wonderful sighting. Jeez. The thing hung there for 5 minutes, and all the kids just stared at it. Do you want me to tell you about it? Or?
Yes, sir. We'd like to hear all about it.
Well, there's a little canyon behind it. You know where Encinitas is?
No, sir.
No,
well, I do by the map.
About 30 miles north of San Diego.
Okay.
Right along the ocean. My children go to a school called Ocean Knoll, and there's a small canyon right behind the school. And at 8:30, they saw this thing go down in that canyon. Now, whether it ever landed there or just hovered down in there, I don't know. And they were trying to climb. There was a fence around the play yard, of course, and they couldn't get out of the play yard, but they were trying to climb the fence so they could look down in the canyon, but they couldn't see it. And then an hour later, at 9:30, this thing came up out of the canyon. It just hovered right at eye level where they could look right in the windows and everything. See the people inside. Jesus. And it just hovered there for about 5 minutes. And finally it raised up and it came over and it circled the schoolyard. And with all the kids looking at it. And then they say it disappeared just by going right straight up in the air till it disappeared out of sight. Now, the strange thing about this whole thing, they run in and tell their teacher what they saw, and the teacher said, just forget it. Forget you saw anything. And I can't understand that mentality. It just baffles me. And the teacher that stood there and saw it with him told the kids to forget they saw anything.
Right. Well, we run into this.
You run into that all the time?
Yes.
It baffles me and enrages me at the same time that they would tell to see a UFO was one of the sights to see in this century. One of the great sights, if you're lucky enough to see one. And there my daughter saw one and told to forget about it.
Right. Now, how old was your daughter?
She's 10.
10, okay.
She's 10.
That's a good observing age.
Yeah, and there was a girl that had a pair of binoculars, just happened to have a pair, they were going to watch birds or something. And she watched this thing through binoculars. And we went over to the house to see her. And because the teacher, we didn't see her at the house, she wasn't there. But my wife saw her later that day in a store. And she said, tell us about the UFO. And she said, I didn't see anything, we didn't see anything. And the girl was probably the best that saw the thing best of all of them,
Uh-huh.
But turned off by the teacher's attitude. And another little boy that was all excited about it and everything, his reaction was the same thing. That wasn't nothing. But at the time, my daughter was telling me he was all excited. He knew what a UFO was and everything, but that they turned him off on it. Did you run into that all the time?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
sure. Now, do you remember the exact date on that?
Yeah, it was Friday a week ago in the morning.
I'd have to get a calendar and tell you.
That would be a week ago last Friday?
This last Friday. That's
Okay, then that would probably be May 6th.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Now these, the real story is to get these kids together and get them with it. Let them tell you what they saw. But it was, we did talk to some other kids that saw it. There was about 5 kids in one family, and they were all excited about it. And I tried to corroborate what everyone said, about
Right.
it didn't make any noise and didn't make any noise. But one boy insisted it didn't make any noise, but my daughter says it did make a noise, like a slight roar,
Uh-huh.
But they all agreed on the color, and they all agreed that it had windows in the side. They all agreed that you could look in and see people inside. I say people, and they said that the one boy said they looked like they had masks over their faces. And my little girl said they looked like their faces were all rough, like.
Uh-huh.
Funny observation, Yeah. But they generally agreed where it was, what it did, and how it disappeared. They all agreed on that, It circled over the schoolyard and just went right on straight up in the air, and they never saw it again. Now, this was a UFO. This is no helicopter or an airplane, because my little girl has seen thousands of them,
Did she?
She couldn't possibly have.
Okay, now what kind of description did she give of this vehicle?
Silver.
Silver?
And she said, Daddy, it looked just like a plate. It was flat on the bottom and round on the top. So, the traditional saucer thing,
Right.
And it had, and they made another observation there, that as it caught the light of the sun, certain parts of it would just flash brilliantly. Now, whether that was just they seem to think it was a reflection from the sun on some reflectors that were on the object itself,
Right.
But it flashed brilliantly, and it had lights on it. Yellow, blue lights on it that blinked.
And that object actually came up over the schoolyard?
Came up, yeah. But the best observation was when it came out of this little canyon behind. Now I went down in that canyon. I'm disabled right now, and I'm on crutches, and I couldn't really get around very good down there. And we covered about maybe 1/4 of the canyon the next 2 days, trying to see if we could see anything down there, But it's so bushy and hard to get around there. I really couldn't go over it right. It'd take an able-bodied, 2 or 3 able-bodied men could go over that in an hour.
Right.
Probably. Yeah.
Right.
Because it's just a small canyon, just a little thing.
Okay. Did your daughter make any drawings or sketches?
Yeah, she did make me a little drawing, yeah. I asked her to draw me, and we had her, I guess she still got it, I don't know, where's it around here?
What was her first name?
Her first name is...
Okay. And how many witnesses or kids do you think there were
I
in
think
that?
there were at least 15 kids.
And the teacher?
And the teacher, I know her name, but I forgot her right now.
Okay.
Anyway. But I called the San Diego paper. They had no interest in it at all. I called Channel 8, which is the local TV, and they had no interest in it at all. I thought society, I was disappointed. I thought society was more sophisticated at this time on that sort of thing. But they're hung up on their old fears, I guess they always did, something you don't understand, forget it.
Right. Well, this is very interesting in as much as we had a somewhat similar incident happen near Downey on the 1st, Monday the 2nd of May.
Up in Downey, yeah.
Right.
That's in the heart of the city.
Yeah, right. The object came down right over the schoolyard, right in the middle of recess.
It did. Well, the same thing happened here, yeah.
Yeah.
And how was that described?
Just as a very bright silver object. They couldn't make out any real structural parts on the object.
Uh-huh.
The brilliant light. And, of course, in this particular case, the students, they got quite panic-stricken and ran into the school. And by the time they looked back out again, the thing had gone. But
What day was that? Was that anywhere near the Friday that...
It was May 2nd, Monday, May 2nd.
So that was in the same week, wasn't it?
Right.
Geez, that's interesting. But they didn't have the same situation there where the teacher
No.
told the kids not to... Or maybe they were
Not to
older
my
kids.
knowledge. Not to my knowledge. I talked to one of the girls' fathers, and he had pretty well quizzed his daughter regarding the incident, and he was going to get in contact with other parents whose children were involved and see if they couldn't correlate all the information.
Were they older? What grade were they?
No,
this
they-
is
yeah, grade school.
grade school, elementary, huh?
Right.
Yeah, this is elementary too. Yeah, up to 6th grade.
In
I
fact,
guess.
I think his daughter was about 7.5,
Oh,
something like that.
and how many people saw it? How many children saw it?
I don't remember the group, but it was a pretty large group of kids.
She's only 5 days away, huh? They saw it on Monday, and then this thing was seen again on that same Friday. What in the world it would do? What would it be doing down in that canyon for an hour? Do you have any idea?
Well, of course, going down into canyons like that is quite common for these vehicles, but what is really important is the fact that the incident occurred during daylight hours, which is very rare.
Yeah. Oh, was the other one in the evening or something?
No, that was 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, be darned. Somehow, they must have had some business in there. They were collecting soil samples.
Oh, so they're ever doing something like that or getting out of the way of radar.
Or getting out of the way of radar, huh?
Right,
Oh. And down there, my daughter remembers that it was exactly an hour because she saw it go down, and she remembered they come out for recess at 9:30 again.
Uh-huh.
And then when it come up out of the canyon, she happened to see it. The kids all stood there with their mouth hanging open.
Okay, if we got a questionnaire off to you, could you kind of work with your daughter to fill that in?
Yeah, I'd like to.
Also, if we could get some investigators in there, would you kind of operate as the hub to get them started?
I would be glad to cooperate with anybody. It just infuriates me that they're going to just ignore the whole thing.
Where did your son finally get our number?
I gave it to them.
Oh, I see.
I called the sheriff department and they gave me your number.
Great.
But since I don't have very much money right now, I didn't call because I found out I was out of town. I just couldn't afford it. So he has more money. He said, "Give me a number, I'll call him." So he did. That's how that happened. But if you want to send anybody around, I'd be glad to cooperate with them and show them where it is in the canyon. And,
Was there any estimated distance between the witnesses and the object?
I estimate that I don't think it could have been over 100 foot. They were right on top of the thing, staring right into it. Yeah, the average flying, as you know, the average flying saucer or UFO sighting is we saw two objects fly at approximately 5,000 feet going northwest or something. You know?
Right.
Well, they're valueless. This was a wonderful sighting. The ground level, and they're going to just ignore it. I can't believe it.
Well, we'll get somebody in there to dig that out.
I wish you would. I don't have the time, or I can't do it because I'm disabled. But I would cooperate. I'd love to cooperate with you.
Well, we sure appreciate that very much.
Okay.
And thank you again for talking to me.
Is this the hub where the UFO information is sent in, or is that?
Well, it's a national center, but we're a private scientific organization working on this subject.
Oh, is that right? Eh?
Right.
Oh.
It's not in any way associated with the government.
Oh, so it's all by public.
It's a self-funded organization.
Self-funded organization.
Right.
Yeah. Good. All right. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Well, send somebody around. We'll dig that story out. I'd like to do that.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Bye.
2 schoolyards, 2 daylight approaches. Now, this time, we'll rewind. North to Washington State and back nearly a decade. Same daylight clarity, a different shape, and a rarity in the records. The phenomena here returns to the same house, a year apart, repeating its path like a practiced route. Case number 2, Oroville, Washington, spring 1968, and then again in 1969. This is a remarkable story. First year, a father and son hear a crashing, thunderous roar, like a jet coming down, and a step outside. Hanging between the porch and the power lines is a metallic cylinder, pointed nose, blunt rear, hovering. It glides across the road, then departs. 1 year later, the same scene repeats. This time the mother and son are home. The family members who missed the first sighting. Same sound, same craft. Let's listen in.
about being a wacko, but I have an incident that happened back in 1968. I'm 38 years old now.
Yes.
And the only people who know about it is my father and my family now knows. And I did tell one friend, and it's something that I would like to, if I could even just make it short and just tell you and see if there was anything in this time frame that was happening to anybody else. But we live right next to a mountain in Orville that runs north and south, and we're up on the east. Let's see, we'd be on the west side of the mountain, but back behind our mountain would be east.
Yes.
And during the high water time, there is the Smokameen River meets the Okanagan River right in front of our house, and there's a low marshy or a farmland that floods every year there, and you can walk, you kind of walk on the high ground, and there's lots of puddles and stuff. Anyway, my father and I were, I don't know what age I was back then, but anyway, like I say, I'm 38 now. I was working on a motorcycle, and it was just about lunchtime, and we have two big picture windows in our house, and which is facing west and the main highway 97. And all of a sudden, it sounded like a very large jet flying right to the house, and we just stopped working. And I've just been a nut about flying. I always wanted anything to do with flying. And I looked up about the same time my dad did, and this jet sounds like it's going to just run into our house. And it's so loud and reverberating that it's actually shaking in your chest. You can just feel it inside your body.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, instantly the noise quits instantly as it peaked to the loudest point as it could peak. And I guess you might say we're kind of in shock. We're both just sitting there, or I'm actually on my knees. My dad's crouched down. We look up, and there's some power lines that are just above our house, and this thing is sitting between the eave of our house and the power line. So you could actually take in a rock and just tossed it. It was this has been years ago, but about 3 foot long, cylinder shaped, had a almost like a cross. Near the front, it was more of the shape of a wing going across it at a 90-degree angle, but it wasn't a wing like you would think of being aerodynamic for lift or anything. It just was a kind of a lip shape, whatever you'd say.
Okay.
Anyway, on the front, there was an argument between my dad and I because how long it was there, visible, sitting there. The front of it was tapered off fairly fast. The back end looked completely blunt. We saw no openings, a very nice metal, a glisten to it. My dad and I, he's getting old now, and we argue about what color it was. But anyway, there's absolutely no sound. The sound quit. The motion of the thing was just there. You could hear it coming like it came from up behind the place, just roaring in the mountains. It actually echoed off the mountains. So we're sitting there, and we both agree on this today. It's about 1001, 1002, 1003. It sounds like if you've ever been around an old blacksmith shop, you have a wind machine you could grab, and you can start turning the handle, and it slowly starts to wind up the impeller. So, anyway, this thing starts going whoa, and starts to get a deep, really neat sound again, like it's 3 to 6 times bigger than it'd be like a jet sitting there next to you, and this thing is tiny. And anyway, it starts to move forward, but very slowly. And what was neat was it moved forward, it also came down. So there's no talking between the two of us. We're just sitting there staring at this thing. It goes out, which would be 100 feet in front of us. It hits the main highway. If a car came or a truck came, it would have been wiped out. It's just about the height of a man's head going across the highway. It is flying just at I'd say 10 miles an hour, maybe not even 10 to 15 miles an hour, slowly picking up speed, and the sound is just kind of increasing with it, but yet it's not as loud as it was when it started. It goes out and across the railroad tracks, and now it's out there about a block from us, and does this beautiful little sachet. It just kind of turns on its side, shows a complete profile of itself, and like an airplane glider, it just turns left, which would be turning back south, goes behind these great big aspen trees, or these trees, and goes out into the swampy water area. And we get to see it kind of going behind the trees, and then it disappears out of sight. My dad, I just went, wow, what did we see? I'm just looking at it, I'm up on my feet, and he says, you saw nothing. And I was, anyway, he totally broke down that you'll be a nut, our family name will be ruined in town, we're known as good family, you didn't see nothing. You don't say nothing to your family, your mother, anybody. And you have to promise me. So I sat there just absolutely amazement. We just saw something that you maybe read about. And my dad's telling me that we saw nothing. So after he made me promise, absolutely swear that I would not say a word, we went in the house. Well, my little brother was laying on the rug next to the window, and my other brother was sitting in a chair. And my little brother looked up and said, "Did that jet almost hit the house?" And my mom spoke up in the kitchen and said, "That thing was so loud it was rattling things in here." And I looked at my dad like, "Please," and he just said, "Yeah, a jet flew over," and that was it. So anyway, the story doesn't end real quick there, but I never said a word to anybody. My family, it was a promise. It was, you actually felt like maybe you had not seen anything because your dad, who you trust as a youngster, says you didn't see anything. It's done. I come home and my dad's drawing a picture on the table, and my little brother's sitting there all funny, bug-eyed, and here's this thing drawn all out to scale, just beautiful. And I looked at my dad like, "Here's our promise. What are you doing?" He said, "Well, guess what happened?" He said, "I just came home, and Ronnie, you tell." Well, Ronnie's my little brother. He said, "Well, I was home all alone," and he says, "The chickens in the backyard were running around just going nuts." So he said, "I looked out the back window, and there was a shadow going on the ground." And I thought, "Ah, hawk." He said, "I ran and grabbed our little 22. We had a 22 single shot. He said, "I put a bullet in it, and I ran out the back, and the chickens are still running around, but I didn't see a hawk." So he said, "I walked up to the barn, and I was standing up there at the barn looking for this hawk." And he said, "All of a sudden I looked over my shoulder, and right behind me, facing the mountain," he said, "just a few feet above me is this thing," and he had it drawn. And he said it was making no noise. It never made noise. And he said it just sat there. And he said, I was going to run, but I was so afraid I couldn't run. I didn't know what it was. And he said, all of a sudden it started to move. And I said, it made noise. He said, not a noise, not one sound. And he said it went, and he pointed, and right where it went a year earlier, it had went right through the same trees, turned, and made the same sachet. So now my whole family knows. We make a trip out on the island, and we looked all over. And we had sticks, and we poked in my kids would do, we poked in every mud puddle there was. But anyway, that's been since '68, and it's the only people know is my immediate family and my wife now. And I just wondered if anything like that, you guys get a lot of probably nuts people calling in, but do you get anything like that around that era?
I would have to check back in the files.
Okay.
On this first sighting, involving you and your father, do you have any estimate of the total duration of how long you watched it?
Yeah, well, let's see. The sound started, and I would say it built up over 15 seconds. I mean, it's like you hear a jet coming, and it's really, my dad says, really motating. We think it came over the mountain, but we don't know. There's a high water during this time. Also, there's a dry lake bed right above our house at the very top of the mountain. Anyway, it came down from that direction, and it was cooking. Or let's put it this way, the sound was really echoing off that mountain. And I started looking up, so let's say no more than 15 seconds. The sound peaked to where you're both just like, wow, what's this jet going to do? Where's it coming from? Because the sound is just reverberating.
Yes.
Well, it was actually shaking my chest, and I could feel it shaking my body, and the others in the family in the house said it was shaking the windows and stuff. So they thought it was going to break the windows. Like I say, we both agree on 3 seconds. We figure about 1001, 1002, 1003 of total sitting there. No motion, no nothing. Just sitting there, letting us stare at it. We stared at it, it just sat there. And then I would say it started to make this noise slowly, like it was winding up and slowly moved forward. And let's see, I would say that lasted no more than another 15, 20, 30 seconds to maximum. See, I don't know if this makes any sense, but I tried to block it out of my memory because it drives you nuts. You just saw something that you can't believe you saw, your own father. So I wanted to go and get hypnotized, to pay a professional to hypnotize my dad and I, and see if we could make more detail, because my little brother said there was a little opening at the front, right up near the front. There was a tiny little square, or a little opening. Well, my little brother is dead now. He got killed in a bike wreck in 1980. And I don't remember a lot about it because we were told not to. We were told flat. My dad said, don't. Just forget it.
Okay, do you have any estimate of the closest or the lowest altitude that the object obtained?
Yeah, the lowest altitude it obtains when it crosses the main highway. We both were just shocked. It was below the height of a man's head. I fear if a car came, it would have been right at the top of a normal car, so about chest level. And of course, if the car came, it wouldn't have got hit. I believe it was whatever was guiding it or whatever was doing it, it knew what it was doing. But we both said later, boy, if there had been a truck or a car, that thing would have just been wiped out.
Okay, and this was 1968. Do you have any estimate of the month?
Yeah, my dad would know probably pretty well exact. It's when the high water, it's when the Smilkameen River and the water floods in Oroville, so it's after spring runoff.
Okay, how about the time of the day?
Oh, yeah, it was just about lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. Matter of fact, I can almost, if I go to the spot at my mom's house and stand there, nothing's changed. The power pole's still there, the house is still there, and we stand at the porch and stand where my bike used to be, and I say, kids, this is where it was at. It was right underneath this power line and right above the eave of the house. It came right underneath.
Okay, did you notice anything coming from the object that would indicate some kind of an exhaust?
No, that's what's weird. We both agreed as it moved away, we both stared at it. There was no openings. There was no opening in the rear. There was no, for propulsion, for whatever. There was absolutely, I know the end of, I'm going to call them the wings now for nothing better to call them.
Yes.
It was totally squared off, blunt.
Okay.
It's like you took and sliced them with a knife. It was definitely a beautiful metal color, like a gun barrel had been. Now my dad said it had more of a brownish tint or some kind of a tint to it, but again, I won't swear under hypnosis something maybe I'd remember, but I know that it was impressive. The metal was just glistening. The sun wasn't in our eyes. It was a beautiful view of it, and the most impressive thing was the physical feeling of it, the feeling that reverberated through like standing at a drag track in Spokane, Washington, and having the dragsters take off. It shakes your chest.
Yes.
And this was a feeling when it came, and then it instantly, absolutely instantly stopped. When the noise stopped, it was there. And we didn't see it coming to stop. We didn't see it like slowing down. All we saw was, we heard a noise, looked, and then it quit. The noise quit, there was an object. It's just weird. I've never done anything about this, and like I say, I've only told one friend in my family. But there's an article that someone talked to someone over there, one of you gentlemen from OMAC, and I saw that and I thought, man, I don't want to be in the paper. I don't want to be anything. But if I could just talk to someone and just get it off my chest and let someone know that I saw something, and I just want to know if anybody else saw it. Because when my little brother saw it, I bet you within, the same month, the next year, 1 year away, and I could say what was weird was we never told him. And he was so scared, I looked at him and said, well, why didn't you shoot? And the kid was almost in tears. He said, well, it was just sitting there. And he said, I just got this weird feeling. This thing, I couldn't believe the thing just sitting in the air. And then I said, was it making noise? And he said, not a noise. Then he said, he started to move, and it started to move. And it just went on down, and he pointed. He said, went right through there and turned. Well, some great big trees that grow on the edge of rivers. I'm going to say aspen, not aspen, but cottonwood. And they're just some great big old cottonwood trees, and it just, there's an opening between two trees, and he said it just went there and turned. And it's sad, he's not around to tell his story, and so it'd be great to have him tell it again. But my dad, he's pushing 70, and I don't know. I don't know if there's people that you can go to that you can trust that are professionals to be able to do this and see if there's something that we don't remember.
Well, we sure appreciate you reporting that. I'm going to check back in the files for that period, and if I find any additional information relating to anything else that happened in that area, I'll let you know.
Well, I tell you, it's just about 1 mile south of Oroville on Highway 97.
Okay.
And whether that makes any difference or not, but it's just an area that has a real, a big island, completely surrounded by the Smilkameen and the Okanagan River.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you again.
The next case is December 6th, 1977. High over the Pacific between Tokyo and Hawaii at 60,000 feet. You'll hear a naval intelligence pilot flying a reconnaissance mission for the CIA in an F-4 Phantom. He reports a large, triangular craft sliding into formation and holding just off his left wing for roughly 30 minutes. The object is dark, without visible lights or propulsion. Its skin described as looking like foam rubber. It paced solidly along the Phantom's radar. The jet is above Mach 2.2, and the object never drifts more than 50 feet away. And now, let's take a listen.
Reporting center?
Yeah, you part of the Air Force?
No, sir.
If I tell you something, will it do any good? Does anyone, will accomplish anything?
This is a private scientific research organization, and we're gathering all the information we can on this subject.
Oh, do you give it to the government, or?
No, it's used for private research.
Well, has it helped any in the past?
Oh, yes.
Oh, are you starting to see any patterns or anything?
Oh, we've seen several patterns for many years.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll tell you what I saw then. You can tell me if it's worth a thing to you.
Okay.
You want to ask questions, or should I just tell you?
Just go ahead and describe what you saw.
Okay, I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but I fly for the CIA. I'm a reconnaissance pilot.
Uh-huh.
And I just came from Tokyo. I just landed about 10 minutes ago at the flight level 510. And about halfway between, I'd say about halfway in a straight line between Tokyo and Hawaii.
Uh-huh.
I was about halfway, I'm not sure. I was out of radar contact, just on my own alone there, but I was still in radio contact. And is it a full moon? I don't know if it's a full moon or not, but it's very bright out there in the ocean. And this thing came up to me, no wings, about double the length of my airplane. I was flying a Phantom S411.
Uh-huh.
But double the length, which would be about 45 feet, round-shaped, not circular, more triangular, but no bottom and no top, all equidistant sides of the triangle. And they weren't sharp. They were sort of rounded off edges. And the ends of it were flat. And no noise, no wings, no thrust, no windows, no, nothing which would give it a reason to fly.
No appendages of any kind?
No, nothing.
Okay.
And on the sides of a Phantom, I don't know if you're familiar with them, we do have very high intensity spotlights, which are built into the fuselage, so you can see the side of an aircraft. They're used to, when you're loading up bombs at night at the runway, you turn them on so the guys can see so they put the bombs underneath them.
Yes.
And so I turned the lights on the side and saw a very clear picture of it. I mean, it was there. It wasn't my imagination.
Did the light actually reflect off this thing or illuminate
It didn't
it?
reflect. It was a porous material, probably. Well, it looked like sponge rubber is what it looked like. But it was not metallic.
Uh-huh.
You could see pores in it. You couldn't see pores, but it looked like maybe asphalt would look from a distance, something like that.
But I mean, is that light actually illuminated?
No, it just
Okay.
sort of went ahead and hit it.
Okay.
Didn't bounce off or anything.
How close did this thing get?
The closest it got was about 70 feet from the wings. Now, I have radar, and it was on radar. And the image doesn't, it wouldn't reflect that close, but it got up to about 50 feet from the left wing, and then as far as about 200 feet. And it stayed there for about a half an hour.
Okay.
This is at Mach 2.2. It's roughly, 1,900 miles an hour.
Did you see this as it was coming in towards you?
I didn't see him come up on me, no. I just sort of looked over and it was there. And then I looked and looked and looked, and I thought, well, it's just, a shadow or something. So I turned on all the lights on that side. And it was definitely there. I could see the dimensions. I could see the top and the bottom and the end of it. The dimensions of the height, I'd say, were, I'd say probably 10 feet. 10 feet by 10 feet.
Okay. Was this thing laying flat, or was it to have the apex up?
It had the apex. It always had the apex up, but it would slowly rotate And the apex, I think all the time I was there, it started from the apex being up to the apex completely rotating around. And it took about 15 minutes to do it.
I see.
And it would move a little bit, stop, move a little bit, and stop, move a little bit, and stop. It didn't look like that was necessary for flight. It looked like that. I think it was just turning for, I don't know why, but it wasn't necessary for flight. You could tell that.
And did it maintain the same position in relation to you while it was doing this?
More or less, yeah, I'd say. But it didn't stay close to me very long. It only stayed 50 feet for about a couple of minutes. It stayed just out of real good sight most of the time. It seemed, I might sound crazy, but they seemed to know what was good sight and what wasn't for me. I have perfect vision 20/20, and I'm a captain in naval intelligence, but I've been working for the CIA for the last 2 years.
Okay. Did you get any buffeting off of this?
No, none. No buffeting, no turbulence, nothing.
Okay, how about instrument interference?
No, perfect.
Okay. Were you in contact with any ground stations for radar check?
There's no radar in that area. I tried 3 times to see if I was in communications with somebody and asked if there was aircraft in my area that was, maybe a little off course. And they said, no, the closest aircraft was 400 miles away, they said. And I said, you absolutely positive? And they said, yeah. And there was 2 radar ships, but they were both out of range. And oddly enough, he disappeared right when this guy said, well, you'll be in range in about 3 minutes. And about a minute after that, this guy pulled away.
Okay. Did you get the impression you were being observed?
I think they're more interested in the airplane than they were in me.
Okay.
But I did have that impression, yeah. I also had the impression that they knew what was going on. I mean, I know it sounds a little nutty, but no one else seems to care about it. I've been flying all my life. I know what an airplane is and what it isn't. There's not that many airplanes that can go as fast as that at that altitude, first of all. 2.2 is pretty fast.
Right, you bet. Did you have any unusual physical or mental sensations while all this was going on?
No.
Okay.
The only thing that sort of bothers me is I haven't slept for about 30 hours. But that's not any big deal for me. I've done it a lot before. I just was coming from 2 other missions, and I just hadn't got a chance to sleep. I just wanted to get home. So I've been flying a long time, but like I say, I've done that a lot, so it's nothing. I've been able to do that before. So.
Okay. And you definitely say that the surface of that, or the texture of the surface was pitted?
Yeah, not big holes, but it was rough.
Rough, okay.
It wasn't metallic.
What was your altitude?
Flight level 510. I did climb a little bit to see what sort of, I was curious. I climbed over 60,000 feet almost instantly. I don't know if you're familiar with that plane. Are you a pilot?
No, sir.
Well, that plane can climb very fast. It's one of the best planes we have. In fact, its actual top speed is classified. But anyways, I gave it full power and put the nose up to 60,000 feet. And there's only maybe 8 or 10 other aircraft in the whole world that can keep up with that. And this thing kept up with no strain at all. No effort at all. It kept right next to me.
Okay.
And he started to move almost instantly when I did. Like he knew I was going to do that.
Moved right along.
What's that?
Moved right along with you.
Yeah, no problem at all. Now when he left me, I went up 60,000 feet and sort of stayed there for a little while and put into a dive to see if I could outrun him. And from 60,000 feet to about 49, I get it up to about 3 point something Mach, which is really moving. He stayed right up with me with no problem at all. And then the guy said, well, you'll be within radar range in about 3 or 4 minutes. And about a minute after that, he pulled away from me, going forward at least triple the speed with no effort at all. I mean, no acceleration. He just was there, then he was a speck, and then he was gone.
Okay.
At the same altitude.
Do you remember the time on that?
Well, this is about, I'd say 12 hours ago. No, about 10 hours ago.
Okay. And how long did that whole event take place?
I'd say altogether about half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour. I did get the time, but the time was Korean time. I can't remember whether it would be an hour off if I gave you the time. I can't remember if it was 4 a.m. or 4 p.m. It was one or the other Korean time.
Okay.
I can't remember if I reset the clock or not when I left Korea.
Okay, is there any chance of getting your name?
Yeah. No. Wait a minute.
Anything in case we want to get back to you.
You can get to my commanding officer, and he could get to me, but I'm not really supposed to tell you. I'm not even supposed to tell you that I was doing this.
Uh-huh.
But my commanding officer name is, and he's Chief of Naval Intelligence at the Pentagon. And I'm always in contact with him. He's my superior, and
Okay. That would be just sent to in care of the Navy Department.
no, care of Office of Naval Intelligence, Admiral Collins, Pentagon, Washington, D.C.
Okay.
So the main thing I want to tell you is this thing had no, you can sort of tell if an aircraft is really working to keep up with you speed-wise. I mean, it sort of has characteristics, but this had no effort at all keeping up with me. There's no lag. I mean, they can accelerate or decelerate as fast as they want to, go up and down as fast as they want to. It defied all the laws of aerodynamics. There's no reason for it to fly.
Okay, when this thing pulled away from you, was it at high speed?
Yeah, it was next to me. Within 10 seconds, it was a speck. And a speck on the radar. The radar screen I had is about has a 150-mile range. I can tell you the speed exactly. It took it less than 10 seconds to get off the radar range. Less than 10 seconds to go 150 miles. And I saw it going across the radar range. And then we have on the radar you can, there's 3 modes. There's 150 miles, there's 250 miles, and 500 miles. And so to see it on the 500-mile range, I upped the range from 150 to 500. And the time it took me to flip the switch, which is another 3 seconds, it had already gone past the 500-mile range because it wasn't on the radar anymore. Which means it had already gone through that other ring. You can imagine a circle, 500-mile circle around you. That's what it's like.
Okay.
And we have intelligence radar, which is the best you can get. I mean, you can pick up a skydiver 400 miles away in free falling skydiver. It'll pick up our radar.
Did this thing leave any trail as it took off?
We have Hawker heat sensing missiles, and the heat sensing missile has a computer which can track the exhaust of a jet. The exhaust of a jet stays in the sky the same way a weight in water stays in water. You can track it the same way. Well, that computer was on 2, and there was no thrust, no heat, no energy coming from this.
Okay.
So this thing will sense heat up to 20 miles away at that altitude. And there's no heat coming out of this. And that's very sensitive also. And you can start up a gasoline engine, in a car 20 miles away from this thing, and turn on the missile and it'll find the heat and blow it up. That's how accurate it is.
Okay, did you get a good, a solid return on your radar?
Perfect, yeah.
Okay.
What surprised me, but it was perfect.
Okay, I can tell you that just from the research and data bank information that we keep, that the triangular-shaped object is becoming quite common.
Someone else has seen it, you mean?
Pardon?
Someone else has seen it?
The triangular-shaped object has been seen many times.
Oh.
I'm a little surprised that you didn't see some kind of colored light system on it because...
No light.
No lights, okay. But they're getting to be quite a common object reported by witnesses.
Do you have any idea where they come from?
Oh, no. Those associated in the field of ufology are kicking around all kinds of theories. Some think they're from outer space. Some think they're some sort of a time travel or something coming from another dimension. or a parallel universe. There's,
So I'm not the only one that's seen these things. No. I mean, other people have seen these things. Well, that's good to know.
oh yes, they've been seen at close range by ground witnesses.
Yeah, well, do you have a magazine or anything you print?
We put out a publication periodically to keep people up on the latest events.
Could I receive that?
Oh, sure.
Could you send it to my brother? Would that be okay?
Sure.
Okay, why don't you send it to,
Sure, will do.
yeah, I don't know if it helped you to tell you this, but, the people at Approach Control in the Navy, they didn't seem to care. So,
Was this in Honolulu?
well, Honolulu Approach Control and Honolulu Department of the Navy there didn't seem to care.
Uh-huh.
And the same thing in San Francisco.
Okay. Did you get our numbers from the people in San Francisco?
Or Honolulu.
Honolulu, okay.
So, I don't know,
Well, I think that the people that are associated with flight controls, FAA, and so forth, they've been hung up, given so much responsibility in this field, and it's given them such a headache over the years. They're trying to get it off of their back. It seems like every time the FAA gets in the press associated with UFO sightings, and these people at the various FAA facilities are hounded by the public and answering, they're doing more time answering the phone in relation to UFOs than they're taking care of their job.
yeah. Yeah, I wanted to speed up and get around him and see what the other side of this thing looked like. But I couldn't outrun him. He could slow down and speed up as fast as I could. A Phantom can go from 2.2 Mach to 50 miles an hour in about 10 seconds. That's how fast he can slow down if you wanted to.
Uh-huh.
And I tried that. He slowed down just as fast. There's very few airplanes that keep up with the Phantom. There's no Russian airplanes that can. So either it's one of ours or it's somewhere else. But like I said, there's no reason for it to fly. It has no energy coming out of it, no heat, no power source, nothing.
Yeah, a lot of scientists that are working in this field that these things are associated with some kind of a technology which has the laws of physics completely different from our own.
Well, has anyone ever reported, seeing one up close and touching it?
Oh yes, it's not a common thing. Close approaches are common, but having the opportunity to touch one is not. But it has happened.
And what did it feel like?
Well, all of those that we have on record claim that it appeared to them to be a very solid or a metallic object of some kind.
Someday one of them has to land and talk to somebody, right?
Well, there's claims of that too, but unfortunately there's just no physical evidence to back it up. And that's what the scientific community wants right now. There's a mountain of statistical evidence in relation to this subject, plus a lot of good photographs, and there's really some good films around, and qualified witnesses' testimony who, have seen these at close range. But the scientists and the scientific community in general, they want physical evidence, which seems to be very hard to come by.
Well, I'm glad to know I'm not crazy. At least somebody else has seen what I have, so.
Well, we sure appreciate the report.
Well, good. Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
From 60,000 feet and a radar lock to a long American night where only a dashboard clock and mile markers keep time. This is a creepy one. Case 27, 1980s. Report routed through Nellis Air Force Base, somewhere between Salt Lake City, Utah, and Banning, California. This, in the notes, is written as a possible abduction case. A truck driver watches a small cluster of small red, green, and blue lights sweep the side of a mountain as if searching. The lights break off, hover over his rig, and the night gets strange. A creature described as a weird animal crosses in front of him. When he climbs back into the cab, the semi starts bouncing, and then the controls no longer feel like they're his anymore.
UFO Recording Center?
Yeah, I got a doozy for you.
Hey,
Gonna put me into the hospital, I tell you that.
what happened?
I guess I could start from this morning.
Okay.
Day just didn't seem right. I'm a truck driver. I had a load to Salt Lake City from Banning. I was running with a partner that had the same type of load. He was in front of me. He knew where he was going, so I was following him. His trailer tires on the right rear were basically brand new. Now, they blew out for no reason, both of them. So it caused him to end up staying behind while he gave me directions to go there. No, I didn't find anything odd about that at the beginning, but it'll get interesting here. Now, it is a, it was a pretty long, it got to be a long day, but in the beginning I was fresh. I started on the way back hallucinating things. I mean, like, my mind wasn't working correctly. I mean, I'm a professional driver. It's never happened to me. But I would see things like dips in the road. I'd dodge them, but then right after I dodged them and realized I was in the other lane, I kind of snapped out of it. And I was good for another, 5 miles. And then it would reoccur again. And this is all the way back from, Utah, As I got up to Nellis Air Force Base, out there in Las Vegas, I had pulled over before then, but then I pulled over again. And it never occurred to me why did I pull over? Other than that maybe I was hallucinating things, or maybe I was tired and I think, maybe I should pull over, but it was like something possessed me to pull over. I pulled over, I got out of the truck, kind of stretched. I looked up at the stars. I looked up, and I saw these quite a few of them that were kind of low, and they were like flickering, dancing around, so to speak. I looked, and they appeared to be no bigger than, they were only on the other side of the freeway. They appeared to be, maybe I thought somebody was there with a flashlight, but then they were aglow. They weren't a beam of light. It was a glow. And I had looked at them for a while, and they were moving back and forth, and they'd move all along the side of this mountain. Now, I got back in the truck. I didn't close the door of the truck. I kind of hung my arms on the side of the door and watched them, because it just made me curious. I was thinking to myself, fireflies, but then there's no such thing, Thinking, what could they be? And then it occurred to me, maybe I'm seeing a UFO. I closed the door, and then no sooner did I close that door, that light got bright, and it stopped moving. And I got the feeling that it was staring at me. It scared me. I put the truck in gear, and I started accelerating. I don't know who I cut off on this freeway, but I took off. This thing followed me at a speed that was just unbelievable for about 5 miles, and I was kind of looking out the corner of my eye, feeling that it was staring at me. Now, it kind of veered off, and then it was gone. And, I thought about it. I said, God damn, I bet this was a UFO. I don't believe that I've seen it. I've actually going to be one of these people that reported, that I've seen it. And then I pulled over again. Curiosity killed me, I pulled over again, and I looked, and I seen this light on the opposite mountain. Now, this one was in colors, red, blue, and green. And it appeared the shape of almost like an airplane. But like I said, it wasn't that far above me, and it wasn't that big. It was maybe a 3 foot in diameter type of thing, or in, you know, about no longer than 3 foot in length. I shut off the motor of the truck, and there was some traffic, but not very much. You know, if the plane was that low, you should be able to hear the engine. I heard nothing. This thing kind of cruised on an angle over the top of my truck, went off to the mountains, went over the mountains, then came back the same direction. I never heard an engine. And it had this most awesome looking bright laser beam. You know, not a red laser beam, just white color, you know, like a flashlight.
Yeah.
But very sharp, you know, it was a laser. It was very pinpoint, I mean. And it kind of, you know, it was about 300 yards away, and it just kind of grazed the side of the mountain. I mean, like it was looking for something. And then it took off, and I didn't see it. And I looked over again, and I saw a lot of those lights kind of right over the Air Force Base. And it was like a lot of action over there. I thought, well, maybe the Air Force is doing something. You know, maybe, you know, trying to get it out of my head. You know, why make a prank call to you guys, you know? But then it still was odd. It was bothering me the rest of the way. Now I still had these hallucinations, being very tired when there would have been no reason for me to be tired. You know, I went into a filling station, and I looking over Vegas. I could still see these lights. Now they're on the southern section of town, western southern section, you know, in the corner there, or, you know, around the Caesar's Palace area.
Yeah.
Now I see these lights, and I showed the guy, pointed him out to this guy at the station. I said, "You're probably going to think I'm crazy, but them lights are moving awful weird to me." And they were kind of in a formation. This guy says, "Oh, it's the airplanes coming in for a landing." So I agreed with him. Just for my own well-being, I figured, well, maybe he's right. And that's a logical explanation. But I, for some reason, and then what was really odd is the gas station attendant, I told him I saw this thing and it was like an airplane. He said, did it have green, red, and blue lights? So that's a special weapon that the Air Force has come out with. Very sophisticated and top secret. I never even asked him, well, if it's so top secret, first off, what would they be doing flying it over the 15 freeway when there's traffic around? You'd think they'd do that in some rural section of the desert, you know, right over the freeway. And how would he know about it? But so I pulled off out of the gas station, side of the road, on my way, you know, coming back to California. I pulled over just right as I entered the freeway. I pulled over and looked at those lights, and I watched them. And they weren't in formation anymore. They kind of broke off. Then they'd get back in. Then they'd break off. Meanwhile, there was actually planes flying about in that area, but did they see them was the question. Well, I carried on down the freeway and hallucinating again. Pulled off ramps that, for God knows why, I pulled off. I had no idea why I pulled off, but I pulled off. And I got right back on. In fact, I drove right through Baker, and I don't know why I got off the off-ramp. I smacked the brakes once, locked up the trailer, because I thought I saw an animal cross the road. Stupid things. I blacked out at one point, and I was in the next lane. I was in the slow lane all the time, but now I ended up in the next lane. I thought, God, who did I, you know? what's happening to me? I figured, well, maybe I ought to go to sleep. But before I even thought of that, I had pulled over several times now on this highway, over to the side, but then I drive right back out again. Now, when I got up to this one section, Razor Road overpass, it was very dark. There was no more traffic. And I had pulled over. A few cars passed me as I pulled over. I crawled in the sleeper. I shut off my headlights, but I left my trailer lights on, and the dash lights included were on.
Yeah.
And now I jumped in the sleeper, and now I hear this short, a massive short. The popping sound of electrical cord. And I looked, and my dash lights are flickering on and off. I looked in my side, and this still never occurred to me that, is it a UFO? It's the furthest thing from my mind. And I looked in my rearview mirror, and I saw the actual sparks. I didn't see anybody there, but I saw sparks. And then I saw the trailer lights themselves look like they blew up. I mean, they look like they popped. They got so much voltage, but then they'd come back on slowly till full brightness. Then they'd pop again, and they'd come back on slowly. Then the trailer and truck started bouncing around. I mean, like I was experiencing some massive earthquake. Now, I jumped from the sleeper. Here again, I don't know the reason why I did this. I jumped from the sleeper into the driver's seat, started the truck, had one hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the shifter. Now, when I start the truck, I never put my foot on that gas pedal. My foot's always on the clutch. And the pedal went down on its own, automatically. At the same time that happened, the trailer... Oh, God. I get so scared when people walk indoors now. My air release on the trailer, all the air locks, the buttons got pushed in, and I watched them go in. My fans on the inside of the cooling fans, you're just oscillating fans, they went on, but the switches were in the off position. But they went on. I have chains that are on the back header panel and the back of the cab. The chains were being rattled around. Well, partly probably to do with the bouncing around and all of that. Then, when I jumped in the driver's seat, though, I got this strange feeling. I felt cold, like somebody stuck some electrodes to me. I had some charge that took over me. I put the thing in gear. I didn't do it. Whoever had control of me. This is what's so odd. I can't deal with it. I let out the clutch. My body, I wanted not to, but I had no choice. I wanted to steer, but it's like something had control of my body steering.
Yeah.
I couldn't let go of the steering wheel. And the truck was bouncing something so fierce, then finally it started taking off. And now I'm on a hill, 6% grade. I parked right at the top. This sucker's going downhill, and I've got no control over it. The thing that's going through my head is dying. And I'll be damned. Airlocks came on this son of a bitch. Trailer jackknifed. Not very, not such a severe jackknife, but it jackknifed bad enough right in the middle of the freeway. I looked in my mirrors, and I saw a very bright light. I thought cars were coming. Great. Now they're going to rear end me. I'm going to die anyway. Then all of a sudden, like a tornado. Dirt. I was on the freeway now. Where did the dirt come from? But dirt flew up with leaves and everything in front of it, and I saw this bright light. Boom. It was gone before I could blink my eyes. now I was able to open the truck door, which I couldn't release the steering wheel before, and I jumped out of the truck. As I jumped out, all these cars start coming up this freeway now. Now there's massive traffic. The only thing I could think of is that all those times I pulled over must not have been the right time for them or something. They had this planned all along. It's so weird to be... It's weird to be talking like this. You'd have to experience this in order to believe me. I'm afraid to walk outside. I won't get back in my truck. They have to come and get it. The company has to come and get it. I'm forfeiting my job. I will never drive again. I will, especially never in that truck. I'm fighting to drive my own vehicle. I don't want to go pick up my car. This thing, or whatever it was, had this plan right from this morning. They followed me all this time.
But once it took off, everything was okay?
Yeah, I mean, and it was like a split second after that, this police car comes, highway patrol comes screeching to a skidding halt. I tried to flag people down, and trucks, people, this truck was in the middle of the road. They would have had to have slowed down, correct, to get around it safely.
Yeah.
Because there's a dirt shoulder now. And on the hard shoulder, there's a dirt divider. These people, almost like they were possessed to run me over. One guy, I heard him accelerate 200 yards. He saw me flagging him down. He accelerated to go around it. I dove out of his way. Then two semis come by, and then two cars after that, and then that's when the police car had skidded to a stop. And he screamed and yelled at me to get in the effing truck and move it now, or I'm going to jail, this and that, because I could, this could kill somebody, and he was in a very bad mood. I was in hysterics. I ran up to him for help, and I got screamed at. I didn't, they didn't want explanation. They wanted the truck moved. They forced me to get back in the truck to move it to the next exit. I was frightened to death this whole way. It was 5 miles to the next exit. I pulled the truck off. They were in front of me. I parked it, and I couldn't even open the door. I was shaking so bad. They literally had to help me out. I couldn't talk to them. I couldn't tell them my name. I tried to hand them my wallet, but they got it for themselves. All of this is too much.
Okay.
I need help. I don't know how to deal with this. It's so strange. I'm fighting to go to sleep. What if they come back? What if this happens to me while I'm sleeping? Or will they harm my wife? This is just too much.
Okay, now are you gonna go ahead and get some sleep now?
I can't. I'm afraid to. Like I said, what if they come back? I always thought of myself as a very strong person I could take when anybody ever dished out. I can't take this. I'm so weak right now. I want to go to a hospital. I want to have a doctor look after me 24 hours a day, because I'm frightened to be alone. It's like in some ways maybe I don't even have a choice, because they made that choice for themselves. They got me alone. They tried plenty of times throughout the day, and they made it clear that they were going to. This sounds so weird talking like this. It's like I don't even believe my own self. It happened. And that's the way it's happened. It's so... God, it's too real. I wish I could believe this is just a dream. I wish I could just wake up tomorrow and this did not happen, but it did.
Okay, we're going to try to to get somebody in there to talk to you. It won't be until later this morning, but we'll see if we can't get somebody in there to talk to you about this.
Okay, tonight you come to my house.
Yeah, they'll call ahead of time for an appointment.
And, I mean, I don't know how to explain this to my employer. Can this person maybe help me out with this? I mean, if they honestly, I mean, that's what's so hard. You have to have been there in order to believe it. People won't believe you. God.
You try to get some rest. I'm sure that nothing else is going to happen. No.
God, it's happened all day. That's what's worrying me. What's to say it's not going to happen again? All of the things they've been doing to me all day. The only way I could ever get any sleep is just get myself so damn drunk where I end up passing out. If somebody comes out, I hope he comes out soon.
Okay, we'll try to get them out there as soon as we can.
Okay. They don't have to travel from Washington now.
No. There's people down there in that area.
Okay. So weird. Things you read about, see in the movies, you don't think of it as real or fake. You just don't know.
Right.
And then when something happens to somebody close to you or yourself, now you know what the people were like that are trying to explain that.
Okay, we'll do all we can to help.
Okay. I really
calling.
appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
That's where we'll leave the line tonight. If you'd like to hear more of these reports, I'll put links in the descriptions. These recordings exist because the National UFO Reporting Center has, since 1974, done the quiet, important work of taking the calls, logging the facts, preserving what people say in the moment they say it. Thanks are due to the early operators who kept the reels turning, especially Robert J. Gribble. If you notice patterns, or if you had a moment of your own, you'll know where to look. The public reports are out there, waiting for careful eyes. For tonight, let the hits fade back into the room. Breathe. Feel the quiet return to its usual size.